one of those things to make sure the audience is up to speed, right? He's
Yes.
asking all these kind of dumb questions.
The dumb questions.
Wait a minute.
Exactly. Plane is fart.
So this is the far plane we've been talking about all the time, right? And like Una sends people here, right? So like, does that mean like dead people live here?
Yeah, and he gets,
like, he's trying to put all those together so that everyone's on the same page. And that's where he has that little weird thing as he's thinking about that.
The ghosts.
Or the ghosts. And he's like, oh, am I going to see ghosts? And Waka's like, you're like imagining things again, aren't you? Like, just come in, you'll see what it's like. Now, it's interesting to note that Aaron, also Riku, do not go in. Aaron's stated reason is searching the past to find the future. That is all there is there, and I need it not. So the idea he's saying here, like looking at
looking backwards
your
to
memories
discover.
or the people that you knew before to learn about what you should do in the future is all that is there, and I don't need that.
And because Aaron is already determined on what he's going to do, so he doesn't need to reflect on anything.
Yeah.
And then, Riku has an interesting...
Yes, she actually details kind of what Machen was talking about. She says, you're not really going to see the dead, more like your memories of them. People think of their relatives, and the Fireflies react to them. They take on the form of the dead person, an illusion, nothing else. I keep my memories inside. Memories are nice, but that's all they are. Now, again, there's still this conflict between why... can you not see the memory of a person who's alive there?
Exactly.
And we actually see that manifest when Titus goes in there and tries to think of Jet.
Exactly.
And Jet does not show up.
Yeah. Yep.
Right? So it's an interesting thing. It's like
if it's just the
there's
memories.
arguments both ways.
Yeah.
Once you go inside, though, I really, really like the imagery. I wanted to see how much you kind of got out of the imagery of like what you interpreted or pulled from it.
Yeah, I wrote.
If anything,
I wrote a lot here. It's a very eerie place, right? So a small circular place with a few stalagmites on the ground. So it's like you're in a cave. Yeah. But just like with what Seymour did, you can make the walls become projections.
Yes.
And you can see a place that is not where you currently are, right?
Yes.
You're surrounded by fog and clouds and a hurricane, right? So fog is like a veil. It's obscurity, right? That's what clouds essentially are. It's the veil, right? But the fact that there's a hurricane just right over there, that's like everything's like getting sucked into this place. It's like super unsettling. But you're seeing it all from above. And it's meant to be similar to the illusion conjured by Seymour. And you can see the dead here, but it isn't a real place. You go there to experience a projection of your inner self, right? That's the idea. But then I wrote down the mist and fog, they evaporate, and it makes way to reveal water, just tons of water, right? And fireflies like water. Yeah. Lots of water, tons of fireflies, a beautiful garden surrounded by waterfalls. And I don't know if this I don't know exactly what to make of this, exactly. Yeah. So there's pillars out in the distance.
It's like the rivers from Xanarkand.
But pillars of water, right? That's what I thought.
They're like running up into
they're
the
like
sky.
Vertical pillars, which gives the idea that the water is coming down, and then there's this hole in the middle, and you can assume that that's the beginning of another pillar. So we're at a middle point here between a greater higher place and a lower place. And from this place, the water either goes up to the greater place or down. It's clearly going down. There's like a circle, there's like a whirlpool,
the
right?
big waterfall. Yes, because there is that.
The
it's almost
what I'm
like Niagara Falls kind of a looking waterfall, right?
Like on all three sides.
With the flower garden in the middle.
This beautiful
and
garden.
then a lake beyond that with a whirlpool in it, and then these giant pillars
huge,
of water.
like rivers, vertical rivers.
But also a giant blue orb.
Yes.
Just floating there in the middle.
I took that to be something like the moon. I didn't know exactly what to make of that. But yeah, there's like a moon, it seems. In fact, I swear that they mention the moon.
Oh, do they? Because I missed that if that's the case.
In the dialogue. Well, they may not have. It could have been just me putting in there myself. But then there's the place called the Moonflow, right? Which is, the Moonflow is where the fireflies come from with all the flowers, right?
Yes.
So you get a million little flowers making fireflies down at the bottom of the waterfalls, right? And then you have what I took to be the moon. And then but that huge thing in the middle is the important part. It's pulling water down to a lower place. Now, where the lower place is, we don't know, but you can assume it would look like a column of water going down. But this is watering it's watering two places at once, right? Is the idea.
Yeah.
And I said with the moon shining above, but I don't know that that's the moon.
Well,
it's a thing.
they actually make a point of sort of highlighting it again after that
Yes.
shot
And
when it's behind Yuna's parents.
Yuna's parents, yes.
Yeah.
And they show it very close up. It's that white orb. And I took notes on that too. So let me just get through this real quick. So we see Yuna's parents with the moon right behind them. This is why I thought of the moon. So remember, Yuna is supposed to sound like the word Luna, right? It means moon, right? Yuna means night.
Yes.
And as Yuna sees her parents, right, you have the moon or something like that. So I inferred that it was the moon, I think, based on that. And she's seeing her parents, and her parents are kind of, resemble something like that as well.
Yeah.
That's what I got here. It's a crazy place. I don't know exactly what it all means.
The moon thing.
But the tons of water, and it's kind of like a Garden of Eden thing.
Yes.
It's certainly a Garden of Eden thing, except the Garden of Eden was atop a mountain where the rivers were flowing away from the garden. And the fountain was in the midst. This time, the garden is in the midst of the water, and it's at a low point where the waters are flowing into the garden. So there's a little bit of an inverse idea on the Garden of Eden here, but it still kind of has that general feel.
Here's some stuff here from the wiki. This might shed some light. The concept of the far plane may draw inspiration from the Japanese mythology of yomi, the Japanese word for the underworld in which horrible creatures guard the exits. According to Shinto mythology, this is where the dead go to dwell indefinitely. The realm of the dead seems to have a geographical continuity with the world of the living and cannot be thought of as a paradise, nor can it be appropriately described as a hell. Rather, all deceased carry on a shadowy existence in perpetuity, regardless of their behavior in life. Yeah, anyways, I think you might be onto something with the moon thing.
Just because it then shows Yuna and her connection with her family.
Right. Let's see what other people think about that too.
Yeah, please tell me, because as much as I looked at this for a long time,
Yeah,
and I was
me
like,
too.
hey, you have the veil, you have the parting of the veil,
Yeah.
you have the revelation of paradise, but what is it saying?
Yeah.
And I feel like I should know this. I should. It feels like it's
Some
clear.
piece that,
But I'm missing something.
Missing,
I'm missing
yeah.
something, and I can't quite read it the way that I want to.
yeah. Anyways.
But it's a temple-like experience. You talk about the veil and the parting of the veil and the revelation of paradise and the connection with the afterlife and all that. It's a temple-type thing, like along the lines of the tabernacle or something like that,
Sure,
the Moses
yeah.
tabernacle. But we're I'm just missing something else.
Yeah.
It may not be Western at all. It could be that it's a Japanese thing that I'm not aware of, and that's why I'm trying to connect it to this
Sure.
Jewish thing, and it's like, it doesn't fit.
Doesn't really go there.
Doesn't fit.
Waka is speaking with Chapu. And
Yeah, that's
Chapu looks
fascinating.
nothing like Titus.
He looks a lot like Chapu, though. Yeah, that's kind of funny.
I feel like the people of Spira, because you come back a little later, I can't remember the name of this other NPC. When you leave Guadasalam to the Thunder Plains and you come back, if you go back right away into the Far Plane, there's actually two more scenes you see here in the Far Plane. One of them with Lulu, which is really like foreshadows something. And I'll show it to you.
Well, I
And
saw a thing, with her.
another thing with this other NPC, I forget, he's like a boy and he's like talking to his sister. But what he says to her,
I totally missed that.
what he says to her is, "You look just like Yuna," and she looks nothing like fetching Yuna. And Waka is saying that Chapu looks just like Titus, and he looks nothing like Titus. So these people's definition of what it means to look just like someone is extremely loose.
Yes. And I'm trying to think of
you have arms and legs? You look just like my brother.
and hair and eyes. Yeah, so I'm trying to think if there's because there is the Japanese idea of an image, right? The image of something, right? To resemble something,
Yes.
right? And someone can resemble a thing that they don't necessarily look like. But I don't think that's what's happening here. I think they are saying that they look like each other.
But they just don't.
And they don't.
Not even close.
And in what way would they resemble, especially since Waka barely meets Titus, and that's like one of the early things he says is,
Yeah.
"Oh, he's like Chapu."
Yeah.
Where it's like, dang it, like what? How? I don't get it. Yeah,
Yeah, it's weird.
he was good at blitzball, maybe. That's it.
Anyways, so Waka's telling Chapu about Titus, and we met this guy. He looks like you, and I gave your sword to him, and he's like traveling with us now, kind of a thing.
Yeah, and we're like, well, and we're holding this.
Holding the sword, and it actually gets upgraded in that moment. So it actually gets some new abilities on the sword.
That's cool,
So
that's
the
cool.
Brotherhood sword gets upgraded.
It's actually a
at this
good
point.
sword.
Yeah, so I kind of like that because in a lot of games like this, your early swords are not very useful by the end of the game.
Ditch 'em.
Like the Buster Sword, which is the most iconic weapon.
After about
7.
10 minutes, you no longer have it.
You never use the sword again.
Yes.
Actually, that was one of the things I liked about Final Fantasy VII Remake is that you can upgrade the weapons.
Ah, nice.
And they each have kind of like different uses, and so it can be useful later down the line. So there's like a good reason to keep using the Buster Sword later, even if you have something else. Anyway, the point is, Brotherhood gets updated here, which is like that key art sword.
Yeah.
And so you can continue using it. It's like, well, the way weapons work in this game generally, though, and the way weapon upgrading works is they can stay useful long term because they don't actually have like stats, like a strength stat or something like that on them. It's basically each weapon is just a container for abilities, so whether it's like lightning strike or HP plus 10% or slow touch or sleep touch or something like that. And as you upgrade the weapons, you can give them more slots and they can contain more abilities on them. So it's kind of like, oh, I'm going to make this sword into my elemental damage sword, and I'm going to make this one into my apply status effects thing. And so you just switch them out depending on the situation. So I kind of like how they handle weapons in this game. But anyways, Brotherhood gets upgraded here, which is nice because the early game sword is now like more useful. So that's kind of like the conversation that goes on there. But then you go talk to Lulu, and I really like this conversation that Lulu and Titus have about Chapu. And she's sort of realizing, as she's looking at him, like she needs to start letting go and like focusing more on what she's doing now.
Yeah.
And Titus then suggests, in leaving him behind, there's going to be lots of other great guys. Like, what about Waka? She's not super keen on that idea. She says there's a lot more that goes into it than just getting along or something like that, right?
Yes.
You should learn more about women. It might be important for you someday.
I took too many notes on that particular thing. But it's interesting that she isn't talking to Chapu.
No.
Right?
No.
Waka is, and she's there. She didn't stay back, but she's not talking to anybody, right?
Nope, she's just kind of watching.
So that's fascinating. But Lulu, maybe this is a little bit later. I actually can't remember. This happens a little bit later, so never mind. But yeah, she tells him that it's not all about just getting along, right?
Yeah. And so I really like how she says goodbye to Chapu here. She says, "Goodbye, Chapu. You always said I looked grumpy, but those were the happiest days of my life."
Yes. Yeah.
Nice, warm line of dialogue there. Yeah. And then you go talk to Yuna, and she kind of talks about how the conclusion she's come to here is she needs to make everyone happy, not just herself, right? She remembers how happy everyone was when her father defeated sin. And she's like, I want to be able to make people happy like that someday. Yeah, it shaped her whole like view of selflessness.
Yep.
But so she's kind of come to a decision on what she's going to do about Seymour's offer.
Yeah.
So, but then she tells Titus to try to call Sir Jack.
Right.
And this is the part we were talking about, where if someone is not dead, they won't show up.
You don't
She
see
says,
him.
"Don't worry, he's not going to show up anyways." And so he was like, "The more I tried not to think about
the
my
more
old
you
man,
think
the
about
more
him,
I thought about him, but he didn't show up." And he starts thinking, I think I realized the reason a little bit as to why I hate him so much after what he did to Mom and I. And then as he's thinking about his mom, she appears. Now this is really interesting, a really nice moment, character development moment for Titus, a moment of realization and introspection. He says basically that the reason why he started to resent his father is because whenever he was around, his mother neglected him.
Yeah.
She wouldn't even look at me, is what he says.
So there's a word for this. This is the Oedipus complex.
Yes.
This is stage 2 Oedipus complex, where you want to kill your father. You hate your father.
Right.
And Jacques Lacan talks about this. This is one of his big things too. He kind of breaks the Oedipus down a little bit more beyond what Freud had done. And the idea is you're attached to your mother, right? And then at some point your father shows up and demands your mother's attention. And the son hates that.
Yes.
Hates that more than anything.
Yes.
And in some secret way wishes for the death of the father, right? Anyways, they're playing into that a lot here.
That's pretty much exactly what's going on.
Yes. And it's normal.
Yeah. But also, it almost turns the perspective of this around a little bit. It's almost like his dad was tough on him or whatever, but it's almost like his mother was the abusive one in a way. Not his father.
I saw that too. I don't know exactly how to read this, but it does seem that way, especially because he says that after Jecht was gone, she
just gave up,
and then she was gone quickly too, and then it was almost worse on her part because Jecht left not wanting to, but it seems like she kind of, wow.
This is interesting that you bring this up because
I don't remember how much they reveal here though.
Yes.
I can't remember if there's more later.
But
at least we're now getting the idea that the mother maybe wasn't the best mom.
Yes.
Or his perception of her wasn't that she was the best.
But what's interesting is that he didn't interpret her as being a bad mother. He interpreted his father as being the reason why she wasn't attentive.
It wasn't her fault.
Yes, it was his fault.
It was his fault.
That's how he perceived it.
Yes.
This is very much the Karen Horney sort of like view of neurosis with children and the way that they perceive the events, not how they actually were.
Exactly.
Being how they develop psychologically.
It's like you see symbols. You don't actually see events. You see symbols. And then you try to put them together later and recall them, and it's not how it happened.
So he's beginning to sort of like realize this as he's thinking about it. It's like, but what he says is the old lady, okay, so they show a scene, like a flashback, where Aaron comes to Titus and says something about what if she dies or something like that. And Titus is like, don't talk about her as if she's going to die.
Right.
He's like, I'm sorry, But then the narration, Titus's narration comes over and says, the old lady next door told me when a lovebird dies, the one left behind, it just gives up living so it can join its mate.
Yeah.
It was just like that. I hated my old man even more. But really, my old man, and he sort of trails off. Mm-hmm. So I thought this was interesting for a couple of reasons. One, the implication here is that when Jecht left, that this woman was telling Titus, the reason your mother died is because the lovebirds were separated and she just doesn't have the energy to go on when separated from him.
Yeah.
However, there was you were just getting into this.
Yes.
But Dude McKay, another one of our patrons, right, was saying that the way he interprets this is that she abandoned him. She left.
That's what I kind of felt.
Possibly to go search for her husband.
Right.
And just left him behind.
Yeah. I almost got the feeling that he wasn't her kid. It feels that way a little bit, right? I don't know how that works, and that's definitely not lore. That's just what it feels like. It feels like she kind of ignored him a little, but Jecht was the one who was like, hey, talk to the kid. And then as soon as he was gone, she just gave up on him completely as though he was never hers to begin with, and she rejected having the responsibility of raising someone else's child thrust upon her. It feels like that a little bit. Just a little bit. And I don't think that they will say anything about that. She was probably his mother, but it feels as though she wasn't really his mother.
The way that she is responding to him gives the impression of something like that to you, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it could even be that way. I don't know.
It's just like she just didn't care.
Yeah.
When Jecht was around, right?
Yeah.
And so, anyways, he's starting to kind of, as soon as he starts to think about his old man in a different light, he goes, nah.
He stops. He can't go there. He can't do it. He's got a wall. He's put up a wall there.
He did that earlier at the Kilika Temple, but now he's doing it again, right? Where he's like, maybe he wasn't that bad. No, I don't think so.
Pshaw.
But actually, no, he doesn't do that here. I took this down. I really liked this moment for him. Because what he says is, oh man, I must sound so stupid. How embarrassing.
Yeah.
I've been here dishonoring my father, as Una took umbrage to earlier this whole time.
Yes.
How embarrassing of me to have done that, knowing that it wasn't really my old man. I just didn't like him because it took attention away from me from my mother.
Yeah.
I sound so stupid for this. He's realizing that and taking responsibility for it for the first time. A really good character moment for him.
No, I think it's great. And this is kind of a pivot here. This moment is kind of a pivotal moment.
Yeah.
Where the more he learns about his father, the more that it kind of changes his perspective.
Yeah. Okay, so as they're leaving the far plane,
See, this is where some of my questions about what the far plane is. Well, what
Yes.
that Guado-Salam version projection of the far plane is.
yes,
Because Jiskel comes back, as far as I can tell, unsummoned by anybody.
yeah, he just walks out.
He just comes out. Fascinating
Driscoll
stuff.
walks out of the far
Yes.
plane into the real world. Aron tells Yuna to send him.
And then Aron leaves.
He
Well,
hangs
he
back.
didn't leave.
He
He
hangs back.
stays far away.
But he is visibly affected.
Yes,
he starts to go
kinda
like,
kneels
"Oh,"
down.
and he like kneels down,
Yes,
and he's
I remember
like,
we talked about this last episode. But he's he's away. And then Jiskel drops a thing on the
sphere.
ground, a sphere.
Yep.
And we hadn't, seen much of spheres
Yeah.
up to this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, Yuna sends Jiskel, not doing her crazy wand thing, universal sending everything around. It was just a single one,
Yeah. Just
one
one
time,
soul back
one
in
soul kind of thing.
there. Yeah.
And then we pick up the thing, and I can't remember. We don't watch it right then and there, do we?
No,
Yuna keeps it.
keeps it for later.
Yeah, Yuna picks it up and hides it.
On the Thunder Plains, when you stop at Rin's shop, that's what she's watching, and Titus
Yes.
is like,
So no one knew she had this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyways, yeah, Jiskel tried to come back out of the far plane. Now, according to what we understand about the world and stuff, and
Yeah.
they actually say this as they're walking back to Guado-Salam again, they're all confused because it's like a person like Jiskel, who had embraced Yevon's teachings,
Yeah.
would not be the kind of figure to have died and not been sent. This doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
What happened here?
Yeah.
So that's what Yuna says. I don't understand how a man like Lord Jiskel can die and not be sent.
Right.
And Lulu says, I would think that he was sent once, but he stayed on Spira. Something, a powerful emotion, could have bound him to this world.
Even after being sent.
Yeah, such things happen. So
Yeah.
if the will is strong enough, even if a person is sent,
Yeah.
they can try to
Oh.
come back anyways.
We skipped over a part because this is important. This is about Titus's mother.
Oh, yes.
He asked why she's in the far plane
Yes.
and not a fiend, right?
Yes.
And they mention, oh, well, she must have accepted her death before she died.
Right.
Right. She must have accepted that her fate. Right?
Yes.
So, yeah, as it relates to Jiskel, even after being sent, he is rejecting his fate so hard
Yes.
that he is reemerging back into the world.
Right. And so Riku says, that's against the rules, isn't it? And Aron says it means he died an unclean death. So this begins to cast more suspicion on this passing of the power between
Yes.
Jiskel and Seymour.
To Seymour, yeah.
And when you come back, Seymour's not there anymore. He's gone to
Right.
Makalania Temple,
Yes, he's no
where
longer
he presides as a high priest.
Yeah.
Because Yuna was like, oh, I'll go talk to him and let him know my answer, but he's not there anymore.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, we got to go to Makalania Temple now to talk to Seymour, but he had left. So, anyways, cool stuff that they're kind of setting up with that now.
Yep. This is where we have the conversation that kind of ties Titus and Lulu together here.
Yes.
Titus is upset that Yuna is even considering getting married to Seymour and that
Yeah.
Lulu's okay with it.
Yeah.
He's just like, what's the deal here? How come nobody's talking about whether or not they even like each other, right? And Lulu responds very, what's the word, like short, brief, very much like, there's not much that you can really do about it. Like, this is how things work. And
Yeah.
Titus calls Lulu grumpy, which this is so funny.
That's the
'cause
same thing that
I
Chapu
know.
would say, right?
And there, once again, it's like, yes, they don't look like each other,
Mm-hmm.
but we are seeing right here how Titus is resembling Chapu in some other kind of way,
Yes,
right?
right.
He calls her grumpy right after we heard that that's what Chapu always used to say, right? Furthering the similarities between him and Chapu. So this is beautiful. This is so cool. I love what Lulu says here. Lulu says that, love and marriage and life, it's complicated, and it's something that she has this idea that she's trying to formulate, but she doesn't want to say it to Titus. And her line here, she says, I don't want to give it words, not yet, right? Because she's trying to explain how love isn't all, rainbows and fairy tales, right? Like, love is dirty and rough and difficult, and you think that it's going to turn out one way and you're wrong. But she doesn't want to say that, right?
Yeah.
She actually kind of wants to preserve the innocence of Titus.
Yeah.
And it's wonderful. So she says she doesn't want to give words to the thought that she's had.
Right.
She doesn't want to explain why she understands Yuna maybe marrying Seymour. But the idea, this is great, because this is something we talked about in episode 3 or 4, I can't remember. The idea of not giving words to something, to an idea or to a concept, is really interesting. Remember back when Titus tells everyone that the Jek shot doesn't have a name, right? It's nameless, right? Anyone can do it. It can be anything. What that shot is like, it's not concretized. It's still this fluid kind of thing that anyone can enter into and exit out of and pull it and add your own spin on it and do it your way, kind of thing. But once you once you realize it, once you concretize it, it becomes this boundaried thing that's, that wasn't the real Jek shot, right? Because you didn't do this spin. You only spun 20 times, not 30, or however many times he spins.
Yeah.
It's like, you didn't do the real Jek shot.
Yeah.
So anyways, it's interesting, right? So my reasoning for why Titus said that back then was because giving words to something, labeling it, naming it, realizes
Makes
the
it
idea.
real.
Yeah. Literally, it literally realizes it, makes the abstract idea a concrete reality through the medium of speech. Remember I mentioned the fireflies are the medium between, the summons and the summoners or something, right? Yeah, and the faith. Well, the words, language, speech is the medium between the abstract ideas and the concrete reality, right? The words are what can bring the abstract into reality. You realize something, right? And you can you speak it into existence, right? It's something kind of more or less like that.
Yes.
She still can't accept it, right? So there's a lot of ideas that are abstract. They're invisible and raw potential. And ideas can become anything before they're completely formed and realized. Part of the formation process, the realization, is categorization through speech. It makes things real, makes things rigid and unmovable. If she doesn't want to give words to an idea, it's because she wants to leave open the possibility, the potential for a resolution that is outside the boundaries of what her current capacity is to be able to think of.
Yes.
Right? So she doesn't know how it's possible that love can be love and beautiful and whatever, because her experience has taught her that that's outside the boundaries of what she considers it to be. But if she draws those boundaries for Titus, she puts him in that same spot where she is, and she doesn't want to do that.
Yeah.
It's so funny because you can just read that. I don't want to give words to it. Like, I don't want to tell you, right? Or you can read it as, like, I really like you. I like you, Titus. You're a cool guy. I like being around you, actually. I like you. And because I have this platonic love for you, I'm not actually going to tell you what this means to me, but my understanding of it, because it will destroy your world too, the way it destroyed mine.
Yes.
So I'm not even really done with my notes here. It's so great because this is so perfect.
Well, just one interjection real quick. What's funny about that is she tells him not to fall in love with her. She tells him, do not fall in love with Yuna, right?
Yes.
And you get an option to say, okay, or I'm going to do it anyway.
That. Or I
the
like
third
you.
one is, actually, you're more my type, Lulu.
You're more my,
which is actually a really good option. I really like that one.
Is it?
Because she says something like, interesting, maybe I'll put you on my list or something like that.
Oh my gosh. Anyway. I would play this game 100 times and I would never choose that option.
Yeah.
No.
It's pretty funny. But
so there exists an abstract possibility that her idea is wrong, right? Where she's saying, don't love Yuna, but I'm not going to tell you why, because maybe somehow through some weird means you can still love her.
Yeah.
I wouldn't if I were you because of my experience, but I'm not going to tell you why because maybe I'm wrong. And that's more or less what she's saying here. There exists an abstract possibility that her idea is wrong, or that it can take a form other than the one that she has formed in her mind. As an act of compassion on Titus, she keeps the idea away from him, right? Making it so that what was crystallized in her mind need not be crystallized in his.
Yeah.
So it's the same reasoning behind Titus not naming the Jek shot Mark III, the Magnificent, whatever.
Yes.
He doesn't want to attach something so powerful and beautiful to the confines of a rigid structure that becomes, that takes the beauty out of what it is,
Yeah. That's good stuff. That's really good stuff, actually. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
I love that he calls it the Macarena Temple.
Yes. Oh, I should have paid attention to what the Japanese was. It had to have been something else.
It's like, we got to go to Macarena Temple now. And it's like, that's Makalani. Now, if you were born probably after the year 2004, You may not even know
you may
what
not
this
know
is.
what the Macarena is.
This
Was
is
it in
really
the 90s?
stupid song back in the 90s
Yeah.
that everyone did a dance to. There's old dance.
I wonder if I could do it. It's been a couple decades.
One, Maca 2, Maca 3, Macarena,
Yeah.
right? It was a really stupid song. Anyways, at the time, this would have been a popular reference to have made to pop culture.
Yes.
But, that's what he's talking about.
Macarena Temple. I love that.
Anyway, so they head off. They're on their way to Makalania Temple to go find Seymour. Now,
Yep.
I think we should probably leave off there.
That sounds good. Yeah, we come across the girl, the priestess woman.
Shalinda.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
she tells us that's where he is.
There was one more thing. If you leave to Makalania Plains, or the Thunder Plains, sorry, and then you come back to the Far Plain, there's those 2 extra scenes I was telling you about. In fact, maybe I should just play it real quick for you if you haven't seen it. But the important thing to note is there's the one kid who's talking to his sister saying, you look just like Yuno, but obviously you're better than her or whatever.
Something about that sounds familiar, but I didn't experience that in this playthrough.
Lulu is there looking for someone in particular. She doesn't say who, but she's perplexed that she is not appearing in the Far Plain when she thinks of her. So we will get more into that later, but I think it's kind of an important key piece of foreshadowing for something in Lulu's character subplot, which we'll learn a lot more about later in the game.
Okay.
And we see kind of the first seeds of that being planted here. Anyways, we're going to leave off there for now and continue on to the Thunder Plains next time. Thanks, everybody, for watching. We appreciate you. Have a good week. Peace out. And he just walks off.
Yeah.
And
and we're all taking the snowmobiles.
And he doesn't want to take it.
He's walking.
He's not. He'll walk instead of. It reminded me of that.
He's a waka.
That was a good one. It was a good pun.
That was pretty good.
What's up? Welcome back to the State of the Ark podcast. My name is Mike.
My name's Kaysen.
We left off after leaving Guadalsalam.
We left off after leaving. I love that.
No, we left off after leaving.
Yeah.
Guadalsalam, and we're now in the Thunder Plains.
Yes.
The Thunder Plains are awesome. Just as like a cool fantasy location.
Why did I call it Lightning Field?
I don't know. Is that how it says in Japanese?
Actually, now that you say Thunder Plain, I think that was it. But for some reason, I wrote down Lightning Field. I love it though. This is a super cool place.
It's an awesome fantasy location. It's a constant storm.
Yes.
Where it was very treacherous to pass for years and years and years.
Yeah.
Machen actually tells you a little bit about this. How an Al Bed, actually, a man named Bilgin, built these giant lightning rods so that people would be able to cross the field safely.
I love that story. That's the kind of, and at the very last one, he finished the very last one, and then he gets hit by lightning and dies. Right? And it's like, oh my gosh, that's the perfect story.
I know.
That's such a good story.
And he also mentions how
it's like the perfect legend.
Bilgin is not mentioned in any of the history books because he was Al Bed. So this Al Bed,
because he made Machina,
performed this incredible service that allows people to pass through these plains, and nobody wants to talk about who actually did this or give him any credit because it was Al Bed. Crazy. Anyway, nice little touch there, the story that Machen tells you.
I wonder if there's an explanation for why there's so much lightning in this place.
I don't know. Because
I have a theory that in between Guadalsalam and the Macalania, the forest there, where all the fireflies are. These are two firefly-rich locations, and in between them is this void, this desert. And we know that the electricity that they use in the world is generated by fireflies.
Right.
And so I kind of
that's actually a really good point.
Wondering if there's like a friction between these two firefly locations, and then it comes down as electricity in between them, right?
So it says here, the Thunder Plains, also known as the Gandalf Thunder Plains. Gandalf was one of the summoners who defeated Sin in the past.
Oh, okay.
Just like, what's his name from the Kilika Temple?
I can't remember his name,
anyways.
the blitzball player.
Yeah. Gandalf Thunder Plains is an open, barren landscape connecting Guadasalam to Macalania Woods. It is constantly bombarded by rain and lightning bolts. Long ago, crossing the plains was dangerous due to the never-ending storm until an Albed named Bilgan set up several towering lightning rods. Ironically, he was in the process of setting up the final tower when he was struck by lightning and killed. And if it tends, the plains are treacherous, but the towers draw most of the lightning away. The plains are named after the High Summoner Gandalf, who removed the threat of cactuars from the Jose continent by driving them into the Thunder Plains and sealing them in the cactuar stones.
Where they just got. Yeah,
nice. I don't know if it says anything about fireflies. Let's see.
The travel agency, astrophobia. Yeah, this isn't saying anything about that.
I like that theory, though, that because that is true.
Yeah, it's like a, yeah.
Those
are the two firefly richest places.
Yeah, right? in between them. Because that was like a lot of the imagery from the Jose Temple, right?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
The electric energy.
The lightning, the electricity, exactly.
Anyway, as you're crossing...
Yeah, Riku just
freaks
out.
This is a really interesting scene. I get it, like what they're trying to do
the
humor-wise.
horror movie one or the beginning?
Like
the top
the
down
angle from top down where she just like crumps over like a freaking monster from a horror film
and the
like
camera,
crawls
the camera
across
goes
the ground
like right up her butt
as
and then,
she
and then
grabs
she
his leg.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's a weird scene.
A lot of this doesn't hit very well. I think it's I don't know. But however, except for the scene where they're walking away from her and she keeps complaining.
Yes.
And then they walk further.
Oh, your moms would be disappointed in you.
And then they walk further. You're so mean. And then they all come back like you're worse. So what does Aaron say? She's worse than the lightning.
Yeah.
We'll stop here tonight.
Yeah.
That scene I liked. That was I laughed out loud. That was a funny moment.
Yeah.
But the other parts are, I don't know. I think it's better knowing her past, knowing her history, knowing why she's scared of lightning. That makes it feel better.
Yes.
But I wouldn't necessarily say that it was the best executed scenes of the game.
It was just kind of...
It's probably among the worst, actually.
Weird.
Yeah.
But the point is that she's...
not the fact that she's scared. I get her backstory and all that. It's just the way it was executed was a little bit... It feels
Why
like they
did she
fumbled
try to become a Guillermo del Toro monster and crawl on the
crawling
ground?
with her head like...
I guess it's supposed to be funny. I didn't find it particularly funny, but anyway.
The other part was funny though.
She's just begging them to please take a break.
Yeah, and
she's so scared of the lightning.
I'm curious. I just wonder. She should want to get through this as quickly as possible. So the fact that she wants to stay there, and then she's in there, and they're not moving, and the lightning's still hitting, and she's still screaming for every hit, and
she's sort of
she's just prolonging.
She's sort of
the whole thing.
What do you call it? Like naively or against hope, wishing maybe the storm will pass and tomorrow we can
eventually
go. And because Aaron mentioned this,
yes, like
did you really
actually
think the storm was going to pass?
She's like, maybe. Okay, well, you just made it worse for yourself.
Yeah, right. You have to stay here longer.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
But you go into Rin's shop, and it's interesting because he actually recognizes Aaron here. And he goes and talks to him. And he says, Sir Aaron, I wonder if you remember me 10 years ago at the beginning of Braska's Calm? And Aaron says, yes, I should thank you. And he says, not at all. I could not leave a wounded man to die.
Yes.
However, I was surprised when I saw you gone the next morning with that wound.
Yeah, a normal man would not have been able to walk.
Right?
Yeah.
I'd rather drop that subject.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yep.
Another thing, that guy, when he walks in, because he's all bad, remember?
Yes.
He walks in, looks right at Riku, and Riku kind of shakes her head, and he just looks away. Oh my gosh.
Yep, they're trying to keep it a secret from Waka.
So there's a few, there's a few things under the surface going on here. Yeah. It's so funny.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Then they're all kind of worried about Yuna. Titus goes back to check on her, and he's sort of listening through the door, and he's leaning against it. And I actually did pick up a few of the words that Jiskel is speaking. That she's listening to. It's sort of like inaudible. It's like there's some sort of static. But then he says, as punishment for my deeds, inaudible, his mother, inaudible, I implore you. And then he kind of falls through the door and opens it. And she's like, whoa, what's going on?
Yeah.
And it's kind of an awkward moment where he's like, so was that Jiskel?
Well, it takes him a minute of fumbling and before he's like, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been doing that. Yeah. But it took him a long time to come to that.
Yeah. And so he's like, whoa, was that Jiskel guy? And she's like, yes, the sphere is his will, and it says, take care of my son. And then Waka, and anyways, he goes on to say, well, I know one way we can take care of him. I'm not sure exactly what he's implying there, but it does not sound good. And she's like, sorry, and she like runs away, right?
Oh yeah, she books it, and then Waka gives us the headlock, the worst like older brother headlock.
Yeah, like
so
she'll
frustrating.
Tell us when she's ready, like stop, bugging her kind of a thing. He's like, all right, fine. Okay, so then you leave the next day. Further down the road is when Yuna decides to announce her intention to marry Seymour. A couple of interesting things in this conversation. Lulu inquires as to whether the reason she's decided on that is because of the Jiskel's fear. Mm-hmm. And Arin then steps in and asks to see it. I thought that was interesting. He's like, wait, let me see what that says.
Yes.
And she's like, no.
Not till later.
Yeah, she's like, I can't show you that.
Right.
I need to talk to Seymour first. I need to talk to Maester Seymour first. And this is a very personal matter, so she's not going to let him see it. But I thought it was interesting that Arin's immediate response to Jiskel gave you a sphere was, let me see what's on that sphere. Like, I need to know what that says.
It's reminiscent of when Riku wants to join the party, and he's like, show me your eyes.
Yes.
Like, he kind of has a good feel for what's going on.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But he then says, basically, as long as you finish your pilgrimage, like, I'm okay with you doing this, but you've got to finish the pilgrimage. He's like insisting.
That's the only thing.
That's an interesting thing to me.
Yeah.
Arin is making sure that she finishes the pilgrimage.
Right.
You can do whatever else you want, I don't care, but as long as you do that. She's like, oh, of course I'm going to do that, right? Okay. She never questioned that. So he's like, okay, as long as that's the case, then we're good.
All else is your choice. Yeah.
And Titus is objecting to that. Like, what do you mean? Like, how can you say that, right? Yeah. And he goes on to explain that as long as she journeys, it's her privilege to be able to make this choice or not, right? It's a summoner's privilege, I think is what the words he uses. Mm. And then Waka, I think, even steps in and is like, well, can't you just, like, talk to Seymour? Like, do you have to marry him kind of a thing? And she's like, I don't know, but, it's important that if this makes people happy, if I can do anything to make the people's spirit happy, that I'll do it.
Right, even for a moment.
Yeah, and Riku sort of tries to comfort her a little bit, and the thunder keeps happening. She yells at the thunder to be quiet. I thought that was kind of funny.
Yes.
Like, be quiet!
Yeah. Urusai, urusai!
Anyways, offering her support. But then you pass out, finally, of the Thunder Plains into Macalania Woods. And Titus and Arin hang back to talk for a minute. And, of course, Titus is worried about Yuna, and Arin kind of points that out. And
he says that she's going to negotiate.
Yeah.
And then he goes, which is fine, but I fear that Seymour's the better negotiator.
Yeah, and he can't really put his finger on what.
He doesn't know exactly what's going on.
Because Titus asks him, like, why is she doing this? It doesn't make any sense. Like, what is she thinking?
It's like she's negotiating
I suspect
something.
That she's going to do this in order to negotiate with Seymour.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, what? Like, negotiate what? He's like, I wonder. So he's not quite sure, but he has some suspicion as to what she's doing, and she's trying to leave everybody out of it.
Yes, on purpose for their own good,
Right. And then speaks about the fact that Seymour's the better negotiator. Yes. He'll get the upper hand on her probably.
Probably, and not only because like he's just a better negotiator. She's 17, right? Like that's part of it. I don't know how old Seymour is, but I think he's older than 17.
Yes.
But not only that, but what Seymour has asked for, whatever Yuna could ask for from him in exchange for the marriage, isn't up to the value of the marriage itself, right? Yeah. So that even if Yuna's like, okay, I'll do it if you do this or that, it's like whatever it is that he can do for her isn't nearly as big as what she's doing for him.
Yeah.
And just that alone is like, he's got the upper hand here.
Right. So, Titus is asking, well, why aren't we helping her then? Like, why don't we do something about it if that's the case? And Arin says that Yuna wants it that way, right? She's trying to keep everyone else from getting caught up in the plan.
She's her own person,
And he says, that's the way she is. She's naive, serious to a fault, and doesn't ask for help. Yuna is easy to read, but hard to guard.
Yes.
Stand by her always.
Oh, I love this, stand by her always. So we just learned that she's going to say yes to Seymour. She's going to marry Seymour. It's gonna happen. But Auron just tells us to always be beside her.
Yeah.
How do you do that when she's married to another dude?
Yep.
What husband is like, oh, you have a guy that's with you all the time? That's fine. About your age, yeah, well, I'm okay with that's not going to happen, right?
Yeah.
And so, and he said always, always. So anyways, Auron he's got his suspicions.
Yeah. And I like how Titus sort of remarks in his inner monologue here about how calm he is, being surprised by how calm he was during all of this. Because obviously he likes her. But he's realizing that she's not doing this for love. That's one part of it that makes it easy for him to accept.
Yeah.
But he's like, well, at least I was telling myself that. But the other part of it is just accepting the fact that it probably wasn't going to work out anyways. Like, she's a summoner and I'm some freaking guy who doesn't even belong here. Like
Joe Schro.
So he starts to kind of accept, okay, I guess that wasn't going to work out.
Right.
Temporarily. And that's why he's able to kind of just stay upbeat and be like, all right, let's go. Like, come on, let's keep going, guys. Let's do it.
Like, what's he going to do? Like, leave the group, It's like, well.
And he comments on that in a minute when he gets the Ject sphere.
Exactly.
Right? Like, he's going to abandon these people now? Like,
yeah.
Same thing his dad went through, right? But you also run into Bartello along the way.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
He's like, where's Donna? He, like, got separated from her. And he's like freaking out. And I like how Auron helps him to stay calm and teaches him about the importance of not panicking. And
now, if this were anyone other than Auron telling him this, I don't know if it would have gone over as well. But because it's Auron, he's just like, well, how can I be calm when she's missing? And he's just like, it's just because it's Auron that he's like, okay, thank you, Auron, I will. And they're like, do you need help? And he goes, no. You've helped me 1,000 times more than anyone ever could by your words of inspiration. Because he just thinks that way about Auron. It's so good. I love it.
And so he kind of goes back on his way. Just a really quick scene there.
By the way, look at these trees. Look at these trees.
Yes, the shape of the trees.
Remember a certain dream that a certain person had a couple episodes ago. These are basically that exact design.
Yep. Let's see. Oh, along the path, Auron kind of stops for a second, and he wants to show the party something.
Yeah.
He's something that you need to see, right? And he kind of hacks his way through some trees and brings them into this area where there's like kind of a large tree and a pool of water there. And he says, Titus says, this is just water, isn't it? Right? Well, what's so special about this?
Right.
And Auron says, this is what spheres are made of. It absorbs and preserves people's memories. So the spheres that they use in this world is almost like their cameras.
Yeah, it's like a home video.
Yeah, but it's just this sphere. It's like an organic material that comes from the world. Yeah. And it can actually like take or record memories from people, right?
Yeah, that's crazy.
So you can kind of carry this thing around and record events.
It actually looks similar, not exactly the same, but similar to the save places.
Yes, the save stones.
Given that the function of memory and saving, it's like there could be some diegetic element to that.
Yeah, totally.
It's like this is like a thing, It's like in Harvest Moon 64 how you write in your diary, and it's like you're preserving the memory so that you can open your save spot. I love it.
And I mean, even in leveling up, right, you sort of like you apply strength spheres onto the board, and that unlocks new memories. Maybe a little bit reminiscent, say, of materia in Final Fantasy VII, where the memories
it's like
of
memories.
people who came, the ancients that came before you, and their magic, you can access that through the stone.
Yeah.
So this is like, the spheres are almost like the crystal motif, which is all throughout Final Fantasy.
Well, in this forest, there's trees, but there's also these massive crystals, you know? And that's kind of feeding the Pyreflies, or it comes from the Pyreflies, either way.
Yeah, and even when Auron is hacking through the trees, it's the sound of crystal shattering.
Yeah, it's like glass.
Yeah. So this is kind of like FF10's version of the crystal motif, are these spheres, right?
Yeah.
These crystal spheres that they use to record their memories. So, so this is where you get your first Ject sphere of the game, and there's a whole bunch of these. Now, one thing to mention, maybe it's too late for some of you. If you're playing the International or the HD re-release of the game, pretty soon you're going to be locked out from being able to backtrack much for quite a while. And there are eventually going to be dark aeons that will be guarding areas where some of these spheres are located
Right.
that are very, very hard to defeat and will require a lot of grinding.
Yeah.
So if you want to see all of these Jekt spheres and not have to do like post-game content, now after this scene is probably a good time to backtrack all the way back to Besaid
Yeah.
to get all the spheres, because you'll collect them along the way. There's several of them. And we'll kind of talk about each one. I don't know if you saw all the Jekt spheres in your playthrough. Did you see all of them?
I doubt I saw all of them.
Let's watch them, and then we'll comment on them like as we're watching them, because they're pretty good. It basically like chronicles the journeys of Braska.
Yeah,
Jekt,
well, I saw some of them. I
Auron,
just don't. I'm not confident in myself that I
haven't
got
seen all
every
of
single sphere. But I had several. That's
Yeah,
for
so this is the first Jekt sphere you get in the game, and it shows Jekt, who's holding the sphere in this scene, sort of like filming Auron and Braska and talking to them, right?
Just home video style. I love it.
Exactly.
It's so good.
And you kind of get the sense of how serious Auron was at the time. He's almost like a different person.
Yeah, and he's constantly like, put that down. He doesn't carry his sleeve in. He's got his sleeve off.
Yeah, completely off.
It's not like resting his arm.
Yeah, exactly. And so he's kind of talking to Braska and to Auron, and he's like, "Hey, man, like, isn't this like a big occasion? Like, why are all the crying women and the children?
Yes,
and
where are all the crowds cheering? Yeah.
He's like, too many goodbyes makes it harder to leave, or something like that. Kind of a thing.
At the same time, though, I think he also mentioned something like, "I'm not the hero that they want."
Yes.
To win, my wife's all dead. I'm
Right.
a nobody.
Right.
Nobody. We're not that level. Right?
Yeah, right. We get a lot more of that detail in some of the other Jekt spheres, but Braska was not necessarily like highly favored in Yevon at that time.
Yes,
now
at that
he is because he defeated
of
Sin,
course.
But at the time he was, maybe a little rebellious among the summoners of Spiro, right? Or seen that way at least. But what's interesting is that Jekt says that he wants to document his journey for his wife and son. So he's doing this because he wants to like take it back. So he was planning all along to go back, be with his wife and son again, and he wants to show them where he was. So he's thinking of Tidus during this journey. Again, we're getting this different view of the guy than the one Tidus portrayed the whole beginning of the game.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
Jekt was not necessarily this bad dude that Tidus saw him as. And he admitted that recently in the Far Plane, right?
Yep.
But
this is where we're finally getting to see Jekt's memories. And it's pretty cool. And I think that was that first memory there was when Braska's leaving. But
they're leaving to go on their journey. And he also talks about, I thought this was interesting, Jekt talks about coming back after defeating Sin. He's like, when it's all over, we'll come back and have a big parade for Braska and
he says
celebrate.
Something else about Braska, talking about a gift for your daughter, something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, this could be a souvenir for your daughter, something like that. And he's just very similar to Tidus.
Very similar to Tidus.
Yeah.
Very similar. There's also another scene that kind of plays after that where they're in the next area we go to after the forest. The Makalani Woods. It's like that sort of
the icy place?
Icy place.
Yes, exactly.
In
that's
front of
I think that's
shop
what I'm
there.
talking about, yeah.
And so it's like, okay, stand over there, get closer together.
Yeah.
And Auron and Jekt are kind of like, teasing each other back and forth. They're like, lighten up. Like, it's not that serious, man. Yeah, it's showing that they're a little bit at odds.
I wonder if people have a similar, because I remember how awkward it is in the 90s when your parents would bust out the video camera and everyone's just being weird and they'd say, wave to the camera. Okay, say hi to grandma. We're mailing this tape to grandma. Hey, grandma. Like, it's awkward,
Yeah, right.
But do people get that anymore? Like, is that a thing?
I
Everyone
don't
just
know.
has phones and
they could just...
My kids, it's not a special thing at all, and they're not at all awkward in front of a camera.
That's actually a really good
because it's every
point.
day, not every day.
That
At
is
least
a
once a
really
week,
good
I
point.
whip out. And so the idea of being awkward and acting as though this is a formal photo shoot when you can just take a video whenever you want is, I think, something that's a product
relic
of its time.
Yeah, totally is.
Yeah,
totally.
Because we get that, but I wonder if at past a certain age, I wonder if other people have that similar experience.
That's really funny, actually.
My kids are just going to feel like cameras are normal, everyday things.
Right. Okay, then the last part of this, it shows Jekt sitting in the same pool where they are right now.
Yes.
And he's talking directly
Says,
to
hey,
Titus
if
in
you're
this.
seeing this, then
Yeah, he's talking directly to his son.
yeah.
He says, there's a time when you have to stop crying and move on. You'll be fine. Remember, you're my son. And then he begins to struggle with something. He's trying to say something.
Yes, but even before that too, he says now's not the time, or something like I didn't cry, and then he softens it a little. He goes, well, maybe, I can't remember exactly what it was, but he says it's not, be strong and something along the lines of maybe it's not that horrible if you shed a tear or two,
Sure, yeah.
But then he's struggling to say something, and his last line is, anyway, I believe in you.
Yeah, be good.
Be good.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
So he was struggling to say I love you.
Yes,
is what he was
exactly.
struggling to say, right?
And that's when, as we're leaving, Aaron tells us, hey,
Yes.
just so you know, your father loved you. And we're like, shut up, go away. And he's like, I'm just telling you. Okay. Let's keep going.
He told me that he struggled to say it.
He didn't know how to express it. Exactly.
But he did.
Yes.
And I thought you should know that.
And Titus has to hear that from Aaron.
Yeah.
He can't hear it from his own father.
Right. Aaron also says, Jek was always talking about going home to Xanarkand. That's why he was taking all those pictures to show you when he returned. But as he journeyed with us and came to understand Spira and Braska's resolve, it happened gradually, but Jek changed. He decided he would join Braska in his fight against Sin. And that's when Titus says, so then he gave up on going home. And Aaron says that was his decision. And then we get the inner monologue from Titus here, again, drawing parallels.
He's kind of...
I guess I understood. My old man, he knew there was no way to go back home, back to Xanarkand. He wanted to go home, but he knew he couldn't. He couldn't go on until he accepted it. Besides, even if he had found a way back, I don't think he would have left his friends behind before the journey was complete, which is the exact situation Titus is now in.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Like, even if I could go back right now, would I just abandon Yuna and everybody in the middle of this? Like, no, I'm too involved now. I have relationships here. Like, this is important to me.
Yeah.
There comes a certain point where the world has changed you, and you're going to see it through. And that's exactly what had happened to his father. And that's when he says, all right, guys, let's go.
So real quick, I want to talk about Braska just for a little bit.
Yep.
He's got some interesting thematic design elements on his person. It's great. So Braska wears a black and red robe with a lotus flower motif. So it's the lotus flowers with all those triangles, going down.
Yep.
It's like a bloomed flower, but it's upside down. And it's an 8-point, right, which there is important. But his headdress, I'm going to talk a lot about his headdress here. It's clearly made to seem Middle Eastern. Right, he's got a jewel in the middle with
with that like the almost feathery looking.
It's like a
thing.
feather type thing going back, and then it's there, and it's I don't know the terminology, but he's wearing a head covering that covers all of his hair and leaves his face.
It's almost like
kind of tucked
what
in.
they wear in Aladdin or something.
Yes, it's like that. It's like that. It's just a Middle Eastern kind of thing, And I know the Albed were made to seem like they had some of that Arabic influence, within the culture of the Albed. And they're, I don't know. It feels like it's there, even in the word Albed, right? It's anything. Al means the, right?
Yeah.
So bed means whatever it means. It means the bed, right? So. He's got that, I believe, from his wife, right? Because it's a green jewel that he has on his forehead. His wife has green eyes. And we know this with Yuna. Yuna has one green eye and one blue eye. Now, Braska had blue eyes, but he wears the green gem around the Middle Eastern-looking, headdress that he's wearing. But then the rest of his garments, the lotus flower, very Asian, very South and East Asian. And then he's holding his staff. Oh, this is great. Okay, so real quick, I'll just read my notes here because I'm going to miss stuff if I don't. Okay. So his chest has what seemed to be a variant on alchemical symbols. And alchemy is an Arabic word, and that's the al. And like I said, anything with al is, so alchemy, chemia, I think. And chemia, it means, if you go all the way back to where it stems from, it technically means magic, but it's the chem, C-H-E-M, it's where the word chemistry comes from, right? Yeah. But it means magic if you go back far enough. But alchemy is alchemy, right? And that's a Middle Eastern reference. So I can see the sun with the Yevon symbol inside of it. There's the alchemy symbol for the sun. And then also read the moon, which is kind of the opposite going back. So you have the sun and the moon on his chest plate there. That's just a thing. I don't know that we can read into it too much, but the moon is black and the sun is white, with Yevon is the sun, right? And the moon is smaller. But then it moves upwards and becomes harder for me to read. It's not blatant alchemic symbols anymore. It's just kind of some circles and connections. And maybe it's saying something, but I looked up stuff. I couldn't tell what exactly that was. It looks alchemical, but I don't know. That's just the general idea that they're going for. But his staff is really cool. So it's a half circle pattern that looks like a sensu, which is the Japanese fan, right? And so he's got, it's a half circle, but it's got the red coming out, and it looks just like a fan. So on the headdress is a green gem, like his wife's eyes, but on the staff is a blue gem. And you can think of it as the green gem being on his forehead symbolizes wisdom, right? So he has the wisdom of his wife. His head and guarding his heart is the more Arabic influence, right? So he's got his wife, the wisdom of the Albed, the wisdom of his wife, but then the power of, well, himself, his culture, Yevon, would be essentially that. And that's his staff. And it's got the blue gem, which symbolizes his eyes, right? So it's a half circle. Yeah. The half circle of the fan, and this is true in Japanese as well, it symbolizes half perfection. Like there's an implicit other half, right? Yes. So it's a half circle. So he is half, and there is an invisible other half that's above the half that he has, right? Because you'd think if it was the fan that it would be face up. But the way he's holding the staff, it's face down, right? Yeah. So above it is what you would consider the other half of him, right? Which I suppose would be his wife. So it's like a half completion. That's that symbol there. The implied invisible other half would be taken up by his wife or her memory. The sensu has a symbolic meaning as well. With the center point, the blue gemstone means birth. It's the starting point. And then the rays, like you could think of it like the rising sun. You've seen the flag of the rising sun, right? And it's the sun and all the rays going out. And that's kind of what the fan seems to symbolize in some way. But that's the point of origin, is the middle point. That's the point of birth. And then all of the different places where it fans out to make the fan is a different potential, that a potential from the birth, right? So you exist here, and you could go here, you could go here, you could go here. They're all potential paths that you can take from the middle, and they all kind of meet together in one spot, but they all fan out in different directions, right? Yeah. So it's pretty cool. The color, it's gold, so that symbolizes the sun and wealth, and red means power and luck or whatever. All that kind of stuff. The fan's also related to wind or spirit. The word for spirit also means air in Japanese, and that's true in a ton of languages. Yeah. That spirit and air is like kind of the same idea there. And so when you think of the other half, if there's an implicit invisible other half, it's a spirit, right? Yeah. Then that's what I got there. That's what I got. That's the actually, symbolism really of Braska's outfit.
The green gem and the blue gem.
Yes, and how you can see how they're separate and what they symbolize. Yes. The rod is power, right? But the head is wisdom.
That's awesome.
It's great.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it's super cool. And then I took this note afterwards. Things may have played out in a little different way, but the music that plays during that memory moment with Jack's memory, it sounds like Cowboy Bebop. It's just like this like Western guitar solo, classical guitar kind of thing. Yeah. And it's really cool. I love it.
Yeah. So at this point, this is when I would recommend going back and getting the other Jack spheres. Rather than waiting until
there's
later.
some other things to go back and see. Like if you haven't yet at this point, you could go back to not Kilika, but the Blitzball place. What's it called? Where's where the arena is? The Blitzball arena?
In Lucca.
Lucca. So you can go back to Lucca now. And after the Mihen massacre, you can go back to Lucca and talk to people, and they actually change the NPCs' dialogue. The NPCs actually start talking about the Mihen massacre. And they start saying like, oh, I can't believe that happened. I wonder, that was close and this was a big deal. A lot of people around there,
like the
dialogue
Crusaders,
changes.
Where there were Crusaders before, now there will be warrior monks who are blaming things on the Crusaders, right? Yeah. They do a really good job of that in this game.
Yeah, it's
after
super
certain
cool.
events have happened, you go back and visit, people will be talking about it.
They change what they're talking about,
right.
I love it.
Okay, so let's play through a couple of these Jack spheres. You can tell me just which ones you've seen, I guess.
Oh gosh, yeah. We'll see. I did see the souvenir one. Ooh, I did not. Oh, dude.
So this is Keenock, right?
I've never seen this one.
potion was meant for you.
Oh, I didn't know.
That's why he's resentful of him, right?
That's crazy.
Going off to die or something. I will see you again. Yes. Well,
I love this song, by the way.
Good
going
music.
already? You will tell me about Xanarkand when you return, won't you?
Remember how he told him, hey, did you see Xanarkand in that scene when they were together, right?
Yeah.
He was recording that for some reason.
Tunok was the one that. Okay. Oh, dude, I love the clothes he's wearing. It's so.
Who are you?
Oh, and there's the 12 dots. I didn't bring that up.
Jekt, the man from Xanarkand, are you not?
What of it?
I have seen this one.
Yeah. So this is where
I've seen this
they
one.
originally recruit Jekt. He was
Yeah,
obviously
they get him from prison. I love it.
He came into Spira, got captured by somebody, probably did something to get
Got
arrested.
drunk, yeah, got arrested.
And Braska comes and rescues him, and then he takes him on his pilgrimage with him.
Yeah.